Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, July the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you guys in our main room, and maybe somebody in our YouTube room can let me know if you guys can. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, we're good to go, both rooms. So what's happening this morning? CRNX, this is the leader right here. CRNX. Let's see if there's any news on CRNX. I'm sorry, but I don't see any news, but there's got to be something. This is an expensive stock. Something has happened, obviously. I see some price targets, but I mean, there's got to be something going on. It's not a low float. Well, now it's not a low float, 98 million in the float. So I don't know what's going on. I cannot see. Is it a takeover? Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Here's your clue right there. Flatlining right across. So this is a buyout. Vertex adds genuine fifth commercial pillar with deal. Okay. All right. So that's your news. Thank you guys. Buyout. TDTH. Do not see any specific news for TDTH. I want to see if there's any real disaster today. LHSW. Well, no, that was that one from yesterday. Yeah, so forget about that one. I'm just looking for some bio that might have got hammered down because of bad news. I don't see any though today. Well, SkyQ's up. It's above the VWAP right now as we speak. SPY is pretty choppy in the pre-market. Yeah, very choppy action in the SPY so far in the pre-market. That is not my weekly pick. You're talking about the trade of the week, CMPS. I think it triggered yesterday. I don't know if it got stopped out though. That's not my. It's Steve Gomez is the one who creates them. Yeah, I know it triggered yesterday, but I don't know if it actually hit the stop. Ooh, looks like it must have. EDHL. This is EDHL. Another low float. 540,000 in the float. Not really seeing anything that's exemplary right now, guys. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of stocks like this that pop and then they drop well below the like pop in the pre-market, well below the VWAP right now. I mean, obviously they could come back, but I'm not seeing anything that is super strong. AMG actually isn't too bad. AMPG isn't too bad in terms of pop up to 761, pull back, but at least it's basing over the VWAP. Okay, that purple line on my chart, it's basing over the VWAP. So maybe this one, if it keeps holding here, what's the volume like? Yeah, a lot of volume, pretty low float. and their news is they're authorizing a up to $10 million buyback, share buyback. These sort of press releases, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we're authorized a stock repurchase program of up to $10 million over the next 2 years. Okay, all people really look at though, oh, $10 million. I mean, it could be $1, and remember, it's over 2 years. But anyway, it's popped up because of that news. Yeah. So this deal, is it an all cash or is it stock too? So this is Vertex. Just trying to find the symbol for it. There are Vertex Holdings. Yeah, VRT. No, that's not Vertex. VRTX. Okay, so VRTX. Actually, it's interesting. It is not dropping on that news. I'm just looking to see if it's cash, all cash, or stock and cash, all stock. I can't tell from this press release or this news release that I'm looking at right now. All cash. Oh, thank you, William. Well, that's okay. Must be amazing, to wake up one day and to see that your stock is doubled because they're being taken over. Especially when it was, really sleepy for weeks, months. Look at this. Look at this daily chart. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. I mean, just doing nothing, 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 nothing. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, there were some ups and downs. Don't get me wrong, but then you wake up. The stock closed. Oh, what did the stock close at yesterday? Stock closed at $41, and you wake up and it's at 83, basically a double. Oh, that's funny, PJ. All right, DOCN. Let's see. This one is only up. Wow. Okay, a nice little pop. Oh, DOCN. I'm gonna clear my eyes. I thought that was $14.90. $149. But in all seriousness, I mean, this deal was pretty held under wraps. I mean, there's no clue this was happening. None, zero. Well, not to the masses anyway. So you got one eye on CMND. Okay. Clearmind Medicine announces progress in evaluating intranasal delivery of its proprietary MEAI treatment for alcohol use disorder. Okay. I mean, all these headlines look positive, report successful formulation feasibility study, etc. They all look positive. Market's not liking it though. For a while they did. What did it get up to? 328. It's actually, I mean, hmm. All right, guys. What is it? 9:11 now. So why don't I take a look at the sectors to see what's happening with some of the sectors before the 9:30 open? So I'm going to click from the toolbar. I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar and then scroll down. All these are theme-based channels. Click on the show more and go down to the sector status. So now the market a little bit mildly negative right now. The SPY is anyway. The SPY is mildly negative right now. XLV healthcare leading the way, modestly up 1.3%. What's the worst one? Oh, the semis are getting whacked again today. Okay, so they were up yesterday, down today. So the semis are not going to be fun today, probably. There's SMH. Wild swings in this one. Let's see, led by WDC, Western Digital's down, Matt. Let's see if there's anyone that's up. Well, there are some that are up, of course, but let's see what's going counter. Akamai in the pre-market is an earnings play. It's not an earnings play. For some reason, Akamai is up. Akamai complete. No, I'm looking for some news today. I don't see any news today for it. So here's how you can. The only thing you have to do is you have to. I think the default is changed from the open, but I mean, you have to change it. You have to click on the change from the close. Okay. Then you can find the stocks that are top stock, worst stock in the pre-market in these some of these major sectors. Look at energy. Everything is up. Every single stock is up. Wait a minute. I may be wrong. Nope. Every single stock is up. HZO is down. Low. Look at that float. 19 million in the float. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was a 330. I got to clear my eyes again. So it's a $33 stock. Okay. So it is down. Anyway, just a look at what's happening in the pre-market. Some of the major sectors, excuse me, some of the stocks in the major sectors. Yeah, CLRO, a big week last week. Big day yesterday, actually. Yeah, big day yesterday. Got up to what did it get? I'm sorry, that was on Thursday. So on Thursday it got up to 966, but it closed down here. I mean, it basically, took a third off that. It's above yesterday's high now. The next high looking left is 966. Low float, very low float. Trying to see if there's any news on this one today. Probably not. I don't know if there's any news on it last week. See if our news is working today. Yeah, our news is working. Micron. So I know you're a Micron follower these days, William. So Micron last week's low. So it's a little bit below last week's low. Last week's low was 950.28. 950.28. So it's below last week's low. The next low on a weekly chart is 854. 858. Yeah, so there's room. So this is a way to play it, guys. If you thought Micron was going to keep moving down, this is an ETF designed specifically for Micron. Okay, it's a one-timer. So if Micron moves down 1%, this will move up 1%. It's a way you can, so you don't want to short the stock. You can buy this, plenty of volume, great spread. So yeah, the way to play it, MUD. Yeah, Rivian is getting hammered after the company announced an offering. Okay, so they're going to raise some money. Yeah, it was actually had a few great days. I mean, starting back here when it's $14, got up to $20. That was at about, like I said, a 1 week move. That's a big move for it. But now they're doing a financing, so wiping out some of those gains. Big has restarted also. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, on a weekly chart, the next high looking left is way up here at 27. Any news on it? Bank of America reinstates Figma as at a buy, says the AI turning into growth catalyst. Okay. And I guess Fig has an ETF. I'm going to assume that FIGG, not, I mean, it's pretty cheap, but let's take a look at FIGG. Just want to see what sort of, about the same price, about the same price as the stock and no volume. So, forget about that one. Yeah, CLRO guys on the move here. CLRO on the move, challenging the pre-market highs. The high yesterday again was, or the high last week was 962. So I'm going to put a price alert in that area. Let's see what stocks have won some races that I haven't talked about. VCRE, VCRE. See what this one is doing. Yeah. So here's another one. My goodness. I mean, look at this pop. Are you kidding me? What's the float in this one? Actually, it's not. I mean, it's low, but it's not crazy low. So at 4 o'clock this morning, this got up to $80. Sure. I don't see any news on this one. I see no news on this VCRE. $80 down to 17 in the pre-market. I got to make sure that is, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That is after hours. That's after hours yesterday. But even so, I mean, it got up to $80 after hours. I'm talking about the VCRE. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. But I guess we have to watch it just in case it does something crazy. It's not a low, low float though. Pretty good volume, 400,000 shares. Well, I guess there is news on this Clear One. Clear One to acquire Cordigent in a major merger with the Vani Medical subsidiary, paving the way for precision neurostimulation advances. So there is some news, I suppose, for CLRO. That actually was yesterday, and it's that news was yesterday. So there you go, Grumpy. There is actually some news. Actually, this is we're sort of regurgitating this news because this was on the second also, July the 2nd, and they're just kind of regurgitating it, I guess. Yeah, well, there was the news, yeah, on the second. So that was the news on the second. They're merging with the. I mean, look. Well, this is the news. They're merging with the Vani Medical subsidiary Cordigent. Okay, that is the news, and that was the news on Thursday. So it's sort of, and they're continuing to pump that news out. Yeah, Harry. Yeah, that sector we're switching gears and we're going to go into crypto. And the next one we're switching gears. We're going to be AI. And we're switching gears. We're going to be a drone maker. Ah, MJ. I don't really remember people or companies doing that so much. Quant, yes, quant for sure. Yeah, that we're launching a website. Yeah, we're launching a website. We're going to sell our products on the interweb. Yeah. All right, guys. 9:26. So about 4 minutes to this 9:30 open. CLRO is well, I guess the best thing we can say about it, making higher lows. Okay, on the way up, making higher lows on the way up. Takes out that high right there. If it takes out that high right there, which it did briefly, create my price order again on it. I still have this one thumbnail. That's the only reason I know anything about it. But excuse me. So this is two-time long for Meta. It's just over the VWAP, METU. So Meta's up I mean, the stock is up modestly. Now, yeah, I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, I can read the company profile. Obviously, it's AI, and then workflow automation platform for digital businesses, cloud-based solution, AI, machine learning, et cetera, et cetera. Well, it's coming into the VWAP. Okay, it's coming into the VWAP. Must be an ETF for this. See if the VWAP holds it, acts as support. Nowl. Okay, thank you. Take a look at Nowl, Nowl. Yeah, good volume, great volume, two-time long. So if you were, and you can see it's exactly like the stock getting into the VWAP. Boy, it's cheap, really cheap. So again, if you thought the stock now was going to jump, there is the CLRO guys though. It is back at the pre-market high. Just give me one moment, guys. All right, guys, I'm back, and are we? No, we're sorry, we're open. Let me get rid of this. The doc, my pre-market. So I'm going to be waiting again for my daily trend reversals. A little bit disappointing yesterday in terms of the company ETFs, but today's another day. So, well, CLRO, boy, I mean, look at it. What did it do? It got up to 10 and then it came right back down to 9. And that's indicative of a low float stock, guys, 890,000. Market is going south fast. What are you looking at? What are you looking at, Harry? All right, guys, just looking at some of the larger cap stocks. So TOST, stop moving around. There you go. TOST. What's the volume like? Bad volume. Maybe just starting out, guys. Maybe just starting out. Big float, half a billion in the float, but maybe it's just starting out. Looks like we got some insider buying. The CEO, an officer, a president, officer, like a lot of insider buying right now for TOST. And we have our first halt of the day, and well, too bad. Hopefully nobody's in, no, hopefully nobody is trapped in this. Intel down fairly hard. Okay, you put that in caps, so you want me to really read that. Okay. However, I know what you did. You didn't put the stock in caps. Well, SMH. I mean, SMH, the semis. Global AI stocks tumble as Samsung Electronics results prompt tech pullback. That's a big drop. You are absolutely right, Bo. Though I mean, seriously, that is a big drop for Intel from 118 down to 112, like just like that. What does that mean, Sam? Like, are you kidding? I don't know what that means. Samsung got rid of texting on July the 6th. I don't know what that means. Still don't know what you mean. I have a Samsung phone. So what does that mean to me? Somebody sends me a text message. I'm not going to see it on my phone anymore. Okay, so I don't even know if I've been using their native app. Probably not. Would I would have had to do that? I mean, would I've had to make a conscious effort to or intention to do something like that at some point in time? Because I don't remember. Okay, so I don't think I did then. All right, guys, here's up to, okay. OPTU, little bit of a spurt here. Okay, guys, DraftKings on the move here. DKNG on the move here. The next high in a weekly chart, way up. Well, a couple of dollars. Okay, a couple of dollars on a daily chart, actually. So there's $2. I'm not saying it's going to move $2, but that is the next high for DraftKings, DKNG. Seeing if there's any specific reason. I don't know. Maybe a lot of FIFA gambling. I don't know. Yeah, good spot on the Rivian. Um, Grumpy. Yeah, I mean, the next low looking left on a weekly chart anyway. I mean, big run for Rivian, and then they announce a financing. So if I get my wife to text me something and it doesn't show up on my Samsung phone, then I know then there's something going on. Oh, I've had my phone for about at least 3 years, at least 3 years, maybe even four. I finally broke out of the habit of getting a new phone every 2 years. Um, okay, so what I can do, BM, is what time is it now? 9:38. Okay, I don't mind. I'll show you on my homepage. I don't have the layout, but I have these two that you can have, and the halts resumes. Okay, sort of do it that way. You kind of pick a la carte what you might like, because I'm sharing a lot of other things also. But I'll just give me a moment as I put my homepage link in. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, you scroll down a little bit until you see right there. There's custom scans. Okay. So what you can see, what I'm displaying this race, the large cap race. This race over here is a more volatile race, and then the halts resumes is down here. Actually, not well, hardly any is right down here. But as you can see, I am sharing a lot of other scans. Okay, you can take a look at them. The daily trend reversals is the one I pay a lot of attention to now. But I am sharing other scans. But the ones that you can actually see, these two races you can actually see. Okay, and they're right up here. Okay. So we do have a little disconnect in the market again today, guys. I think yesterday we had the disconnect. Today the Qs are down, SPY's down a little, but the Dow's up. I think it was reversed yesterday. So if you thought that the stock AMD was going to keep moving down, it's down. Is it one time? Well, actually, AMD is down 7%. This is only a one-time ETF. So the stock itself is down 7%, like a lot of the tech stocks. Okay. So you thought it was going to continue down. There's a way in which you can play it. AMDD, a lot cheaper, of course. Plenty of volume, good spread. Wow, look at Meta. I should have bought that. I mean, I was talking about this one in the pre-market. There's METU, guys. This is a way in which you can. So Meta now, the stock itself is up 2%. That's one of the Obi. That's one of the ETFs for SpaceX. So far, I'm not seeing anything in the trend reversal that I like. I mean, the AMDD, the next high looking left is right here. It's on the daily chart. So don't like it. I wish if there was a lot more room, I'd probably be more interested. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, okay. Okay, so here is a little pullback now for DKNG, DraftKings, a little bit of a pullback. It's had a nice little run, a little pullback, still hanging around that whole number. Here's one from our AI guys. We talked a little bit about this AMG in the pre-market. The next high looking left on a weekly chart is 769, but 716, yeah, it's just too close for me. Okay, the next high is right here at 716, and then after that, 769. So I have a tough time taking it. Boy, Meta is just having a great day. Look at this market, guys. Wow. Top City right off the start. Still hanging around the VWAP area. DraftKings, guys, is pretty interesting. I mean, there's a lot of room for it to run. It's trying to hold that 27 mark. Pretty interesting to me anyway. DKNG, 2708, 2711 on the bid ask. It pulled back down to just underneath 27. So that CLRO, it resumed on the way down. So this is probably, I'm not going to say it's completely done for the day, but certainly done for a while. VGDX. Okay, well, best I can say about it right now, it's trying to hold the VWAP. Yeah, I do see it. I know what you're saying. It's in that reversal scan. The next high looking left. Let's see, 290. I mean, it's not. I mean, look, if you took it at 250 and I got there, that'd be great. But I think I'm going to lay low for a bit. Now, TVRD, Tavardi Therapeutics. What is this one? 276. Same thing. I mean, to me, there's just, there's too much potential resistance not that far away. Well, Sky Q, again, there's their next high looking left, 291. All right, guys, DraftKings, DKNG. Like the way it was holding 27. So let's see if it has a move in it. So where did I find that one? This is in the bouncers toppers. I don't have that on my homepage, but if you want this, I can give it to you. But there's where I found DraftKings early. I mean, I can get it right there, but these are bouncers toppers. In theory, we're looking for tops for short, but I've been finding that these can be nice continuation plays, especially early on. Well, it's an AI play from our AI. But I looked at this. The next high looking left is 716. So that's my thoughts. The next high is 716. If I can get through that, then the next high is 775, which will be fine. But for me, that 716 is the bit of the barrier for me anyway. Doesn't have to be for you, but okay, guys. I'm just looking at how about this? Some of the large cap stocks. So when the market, I mean, the market's it's modestly weak. Okay, the SPY is down a little bit. It's the Qs that are really down, but these are large cap stocks that are. I just saw Pfizer there for a second. These are large cap stocks that are near the high of the day. Okay, now this is the two-time long IREN. This had a big, well, not this particular one, but IREN had a big day yesterday, I think. Yeah, it had a pretty good day yesterday. But this is the two-time short of it or long of it, sorry. Well, I saw Joby right back here at 860. This is on the way down, Joby. Now, where could there be some support? 825 or so. I mean, that's the low of last week. Could be a little bit of support. Boy, look at this market. Look at the choppiness on the SPY right now. Critical metals, guys, on the way down here. Critical metals. This could be interesting. The next low, except the next low is too close for me. Critical. I kind of like the idea. It was just underneath that whole number of 9. But when I look left, the next low is 876, too close. Now, if it can take that out, which is the same as that weekly low, possible, but all right, DraftKings, come on, make one more little move for me before I take some off. Maybe I'll take some off now. I mean, I don't have a lot of faith in, especially when the market's doing this. Okay, I don't see any specific news for DraftKings. So this is a protective, taking some off here. Okay, just a protective. I just don't like, the market continues down like this. It could drag DraftKings down. So I'm going to just protect myself. So I've taken some off of the DraftKings, DKNG, but the wave is still positive. There's another one that's on the move, guys. Kroger, and the next high looking left, we've got room. $64, almost $4 to the next high looking left for Kroger, KR. Kroger maintained, well, price target is cut from 80 to 78 by Evercore. Whoa, CLRO is right back up. Man, right back up. But maybe, might have a surge later on in the day. It's just getting over 10. But yeah, right back up. I mean, obviously got to be very careful. 890,000 shares in the float. Shoot, I didn't take it. This short of our IREG. IREG did not take it. Yeah, this one, I unfortunately, I do not have shorts available for this one. VCRE at Interactive Brokers. I couldn't really find any news on it. If this is to be believed, it spiked up to $80 right around 4 o'clock yesterday. Some of these stocks are, well, just big moves down, straight moves down. I'm getting these from the bouncers toppers guy. So the theory being that if it's in blue, you're looking for a potential bounce. But I'm just finding that depending on now here's Campbell Soup or Campbell Company, excuse me. Um, let's take a look at this one. This could be interesting. It's coming right into the high of last week, 23.76. This especially with the market moving down, unless there's some really specific news for Campbell's, this could be a really interesting short, guys, coming right into that high. I mean, and the market is now, starting to pick up a little bit of steam on the way down. Qs, I mean, look at the Qs are down 12 points now. Well, the wild one is still CLRO. Briefly got above 10 again. Well, I'm all out of the DraftKings, guys. I mean, I just think it's too hard to go long something unless it's got some really specific news in the face of what's happening right now. So okay, but nothing fabulous. All right. You know what? I mean, this looks so ripe for a short with the market doing what it's doing. Okay. I see no news on this one. I don't see any news. Okay. Well, that might have something to do with it, Grumpy. In terms of why Campbell's is up, but all right, guys, it's 10 o'clock. So I'm going to go over my homepage right now. So if you're interested in some of the scans that I'm currently sharing, including these two races that I've got on my screen, I have others that I'm sharing. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see right at the very top. So we still have a promo on. So please listen carefully. If you're willing to take out a premium annual subscription, now don't do this. If you don't know this program, do not do that, okay? But if you kind of understand what the program's all about and you're like to take out a premium annual subscription, you can get 30% off, 25% off all the other plans. The other plans meaning a monthly premium, a monthly standard, or an annual standard. Okay. So if you have any questions about these promo codes, just let me know. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Whatever it is, it'll change obviously from time to time. This is a sort of a July 4th promo. Why use my code? Well, I moderate two trading rooms, the YouTube room and the main room, the trading room here. And the company tracks the use of these promo codes. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. Really that simple. So if you're sitting in YouTube, and I don't know how many, YouTube is so dead. Honestly, don't even know why I do it. But anyway, um, it's there. But if you're in YouTube wondering about what this trading room is, it's free also. A couple of perks. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does that for us. Obi in the room. I don't. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me. But it is open. So if you're looking for to come into a room in which you can interact with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I get on the mic, both rooms, at sometime between 9 and 9:15. And if you keep scrolling down a little bit more, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Okay, I'll keep YouTube open. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. Okay. And education. A couple of reasons why to look at this. If you are just taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is mandatory that you do this. Getting started with Trade Ideas. Okay. That's mandatory. They're 12 short videos to get you started. Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas, I would start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. I mean, if you don't know anything about this program, don't take out a subscription, even if it's a monthly one. At least take a look at these videos to know what you're getting into. Okay. Also, please listen carefully. If you're an Apple, if you've got a Mac, this is not a Mac program. Now, there's a way in which you have a Mac, if you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels or AWS or something like that. Yes, then you can use a downloadable application. But if you have a Mac and you're thinking that you'll be able to use this downloadable application that you see here, you cannot. Okay. Also, back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. There are 15 of them. Okay. So nuclear, the best thing to do is go to info at, if you're just asking in general, I don't know how they do it, but I mean, if you go to, if you're wanting to know literally right now, you can go to, I'll put the email in, info at trade-ideas.com, give them your email address and they'll tell you. Okay. Okay, so that's that. Now, if you're looking for my scans and these two races that I'm sharing, you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So the large cap gainers is right here. The other race, this is a more volatile race, is right here. Pulse resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market to find the active stocks moving up or down. The pre-market actives up or down. But as you can see, I do have a lot of other scans that I'm currently sharing. I do have this trend reversal one up and running. It's the only one on this list that I have up and running. The ones I don't have up and running doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm not using them right now. The gap scanner, I may start using it when we get back into earnings season. But you can ask me questions about these scans if you want. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. Well, I'm glad I got out of the DraftKings highs. Just, in the face of what this market is doing, I mean, without any specific news for it, I didn't want to hold it. So who's having a pretty good day is Meta though, because I have this METU. I have it thumbnailed on my other monitors, and so Meta, the stock is up 2%. With the market basically being down, and a lot of the tech stock. Look at the Q's down 11 points now, which is a good segue right now into the sectors. Let's take a look and see what is happening now. Okay, and listen carefully because this could be a reason for some of you to use trade ideas. So I'm going to click on, and I do appreciate that, Pepe. I do. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, and then Dock Channel Bar. I'm going to scroll down. These are all theme-based channels. And then I click on Show More. Sector status. So these are the major sectors that we're tracking. So we saw this in the pre-market, and healthcare was the top sector. It's up 1.8%. Nothing, not a monster. Actually, I'm going to do the change from the close. Okay, XLV is still. So, but what is the worst performing sector? And it's still SMH. So SMH, when we looked in the pre-market, it was down 3 points. Now it's down 0.7 points percent. These are big moves. Look at the nukes, NLR, nukes and quants, tech, XLK. So these are the ones getting hit hard today. So at a glance, you can see what the most positive sector is and what the worst sector is. Now, here are some of those sectors that we have here that you can actually now take a look. Look at consumer staples. Look at consumer staples. This is a very positive sector. 90, 91% of the stocks that make up consumer staples are up from yesterday's close. So here's TAP. Molson's. I know Coors too, but Molson's up for whatever reason. I don't think it's an earnings play. Don't think it's an earnings play. Has earnings coming up in August. But there are some stocks that are down. So scroll down and see if there's any stocks that's getting killed. Not really. I mean, ADM's down, 0.6. Estee Lauder's down. So there's nothing getting killed. Same thing with energy. Virtually all the stocks are up. But yeah, nothing getting killed. What I'm really looking for is, to go down and finding the stocks of the worst performing stock and the best performing stock in a sector based on a percentage basis. What is up the most from yesterday's close? What's down the most? So here's tech, guys. So ACN, he's not doing too badly. It's up 3.4%. But look at look at TER, Teradyne. Wow, Teradyne's down 9%. That's a pretty big float. Here's the Intel. We looked at Intel earlier. William pointed that one out to us. There's a mat. So look at Western Digital. Look at all these tech stocks. It's getting crushed today. These are big percentage moves. William's favorite stock, communications, CHTR is up the most. What's the worst one? Nothing terrible. So anyway, why I'm pointing this out, for some of you seeing this, maybe for the first time, You might look at this and go, you know what? This is how I'm going to use trade ideas. I'm going to go to this channel. I'm going to find the top stock, the worst stock in a sector. You don't have to look at every sector. Maybe you got two or three favorite sectors you want to follow, or maybe you want to follow the ones that are up the most today and the ones that are down the most today in terms of the sectors. And then finding, the stocks that are doing the best and the worst. The way to use trade ideas. You can also do things like this. For instance, I have this one popped out, so you can take this is the top list that is tracking some of the major sectors. So, but if I didn't want to stay in this channel, but I wanted to see this, all I have to do is right click and duplicate into free floating window. Okay, there's no such thing as moderate anymore. Okay, Ahmed. Okay, there's no right or wrong way to use the AI. Okay, there's no way. There's really nothing to configure. There's no such. I mean, I know in the past we had moderate. And remember the other two. Basically, you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, is going to be up to you. There's nothing to set up. You have to have some trading experience. Sorry to say that, but there's nothing really to set up. You just wait for the alerts to happen. The only thing I would say to you is this. Um, this is how I follow the AI. I don't know how you're following the AI right now, but if you can hear, if hopefully you can see what I'm going to do. Click on New from the toolbar, and then click on. See, why I have got three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay, that's what you're going to get. You may not have the same column headers as I do, but I mean that in theory, this is what you're going to see. Now, major thing to do though. See where it says Filter and None. If you do it for the first time, more than likely you're going to have profitable trades. Okay, check. Uncheck it. The reason why is one of the things we've got here is a re-entry price. So how do you get a re-entry price? Well, and this would have been awesome with the TVRD. So the alert was at 231, but it hit the stop, 224. Okay. Some of you may just wait for re-entry, and forget about the first alert and see if we get a re-entry. The re-entry happens only if this happens. If the stock hits the stop at any point in time and then comes halfway between the entry price and that X and the stop price. In this case, it did. Halfway between 231 and 224 is 228. So if you missed it the first time or didn't take it the first time, you could have waited for a re-entry and got it at 228. And obviously right now at 260, it's awesome. Okay, that's a way to use it. Same thing here, the 99 cents. Now sometimes you don't get any re-entries all day long, but I use this like a watch list more than anything. It doesn't, if you're thinking that all I've got to do is every time I get an alert to take the trade and it's going to work, no, it's not going to happen. So you can wait for re-entries. Some days you're not going to get a lot because remember, it has to hit the stop and then come halfway between the original alert price and the stop price. And you'll get a trigger. Other thing you should do if you're not doing it already is put a sound alert. Okay, put a sound alert on it so that you'll know when you get an alert. You get an alert the first time. When a stock gets into the you get an alert for the first time, and you'll also get an alert on the reentry. A sound alert. If you don't know how to do it, just let me know how to put a sound alert on your window. Okay, so Friedling is asking the question, how do we know if these stocks are just news to trade or actual catalyst? Well, the only way you can do it is by looking to see if there's news. I mean, it's that simple. Sometimes, you'll see stocks that are just going crazy for no reason. It doesn't, but, they don't need news to do that. But, all I do is I just look at my headline news and interactive brokers, certainly in the pre-market, just want to check to see if there's any news. But sometimes, I'll check that and there's absolutely nothing. And if you're wondering, well, why does it happen? Well, some group somewhere, maybe in Reddit, decided, yeah, let's everybody pile into this one. Usually there are low floats. And when you try to find news on them, you can't find anything. Well, there's too many. There's too many channels. For me to showcase. So I could show. I could pick another one, I suppose. But there's a lot. We have a lot of channels here. So this one's an interesting one. I talk about this one every now and then. It's called the most. So you're looking for stocks making the most new high, 15-minute highs, the most up from the open today percentage-wise, the most consecutive 5-minute candles up, the most consecutive days up, things like that. So what I was going to say, I was trying to show it in the sectors, but if you like this one, for instance, you might look at this and go, most consecutive days up. Well, maybe I should follow that. So if you don't want to stay in the channel though, and this goes for anything you see in any one of the channels, you could always pop this out, and popping it out meaning like this. If I right click and duplicate into free floating window, when I do that, just popped on one of my other. Okay, just give me a moment. That's the problem with these documents. Just give me a moment. All right, the most. Let me try that again. I'll do it a little more slowly. So most consecutive days up. Right click, duplicate into free floating window. Okay. So here it is, free floating. Okay. So what you've been able to do is you can take anything you see in any one of the channels and pop it out of the channel. So you don't have to stay in the channel the whole time. So there might be something here. Maybe you want the most stocks making the most new 15-minute highs. Whatever, something that piques your interest. So that's what you can do. And then once it's out of the channel, you can also configure it. Configure it meaning, right now, you could take these filters that are in place right now and you can modify them if you want. Have a different volume today. It's 20,000 shares. Maybe make it 500, whatever you want. But here's how you can take these and sort of customize it to your style of trading. So any questions about what I've just done there, the concept of it, just let me know. So I'm wondering, have I answered everybody's questions? Have I missed a question? Well, this bouncer stoppers, remember what it's trying to do. It's trying to find stocks that, potential bounces. However, the market doing this, finding bouncers. I mean, you might find some stocks that bounce, but how for how long? So these, I mean, remember we saw this run back here. It just kept running down as an example. Now I'm not. This is not on my homepage, but if you do want it, just let me know. And their stocks are just great. When I say great moves, it's not because this stock is down 11%, but look how orderly the move is. No giant green candles to destroy your trade, or bars to destroy your trade. And the principle behind this, we're trying to look for maybe potentially oversold stocks, but right now I've been actually using this more as continuation plays, looking to see when it has a little brief pop up, and then shorting it after that. Put your stop right at the top here. It's an idea, guys. It's an idea. Boy, look at these stocks. I mean, some of them just straight down. This broke down through the 200-day moving average now. CLSK. Okay, so you're talking about. Okay, so this is what we call a single stock window. So I mean, I can give you I don't know what you're actually going to see. I know I have the single stock window on my home page. I don't know if it's going to have the same filters, but understand that. A moment. But you can create your own. Okay, this is the single stock window has information that this is the information I want to see. All these are filters. Okay, so for instance, if I right click and configure and the columns. So these are all the filters that we have. Okay, well there's more. We'll click on the more. So these are all the filters that we have. So for instance, some of you might want earnings per share and more financial data. Okay, I like this because at a glance I can see what I want to see. I want to see what the float is. I want to see where it is in the position in lifetime range, things like that. Okay, these are what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. But on my homepage, you can load something that's got a reasonable facsimile of this. And then you just can click on the news. Okay. So what you can do, I mean, so you can have it. It's from my homepage. I don't know what it's going to look like because I put that single stock window in a long time ago on my homepage, but understanding that it's completely customizable. Not everybody is going to want to see all this. They don't care about this. In fact, a lot of people would rather see financial data here. So what you would do is if you have the if well, okay, let me go to my home page. So if I went to my home page and I go down to my scans, okay, view scans, and then single stock window, open scan. Okay, it's not a scan, but okay, open it. So here it is. There's the cloud link right there. So I'm going to copy it. I'm going to highlight it. Now I've just Control C. I copied it, and then File, Load from Cloud. And if I've done it correctly, then right here, that little box will be filled with that string, and it is. It ends in AE7F, AE7F. So I know I've done it correctly. So then I click on Load. So this is what you guys would see. No data available. Great. No, but seriously. Oh, that's not good. Why is there no data? Maybe it's taking a while to come in, but is that what you guys are getting to if you loaded my single stock window? There's got to be a reason. There's got to be a reason. Well, let's say it did work, okay, and you had, well, I don't know what filters I was using, okay, and then you would duplicate the window. If you want to see them both at the same time, without having to click on news, you would just duplicate the window. Oh, I know why. I haven't. Okay, okay, guys. The reason it was blank is because okay, you've got to click on a symbol. So here it is. Okay, so this is what you guys would see. It's maybe a little bit different from what I'm using here, but then you would duplicate the window. You would just duplicate the window, and then you can click on news. Okay, or profile. That's what I've done. Profile, and then you can have them both at a glance, so you don't have to click on the different tabs if that's what you want to do. If that's what you want to do. Or you could just click on the tabs. You don't want to take up any space. I had some space down here, so that's why I did it. One moment, please. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, so again, just getting back to this single stock window, it's all customizable. I mean, this happens to be what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see, okay? It's all customizable. You can put whatever you want in here. Just the filters. Boy, just a sea of blue here, guys. Again, these were all, in theory, potential bounce plays, but look at them all. They're just, I mean, there's no bounce, none. These are a couple of the uranium plays. Remember when we looked at NLR? What is the volume now for this ETF? Still terrible. 173,000 shares. That's it. This is for uranium and the nuclear ETF. Well, I will say this: we had a really nice one from the AI guys. I mean, it's not easy to pick one, but definitely. I mean, this TVRD. I remember seeing it earlier because I remember saying Tavardi, but that was a great on a reentry. So that's a 20% move now. Now, skin could be interesting because I mean it had had a reentry at 99 cents. It's over $1 now, and let's take a look left. The next high looking left on a monthly chart is 135. So it would have room on a monthly chart anyway. Did I somehow disable trade wave flags, or is this a glitch? I don't know. You would, in order to disable the trade, you'd have to go up to the indicator, right beside to the left of the anchor, and you have to click on trade wave because it's a toggle on and off. Okay, so you would have to do that in order to disable it. Now, if you added, for instance, if you added the waves, if you added the TI wave, and then you didn't save your work, then it's not going to, it's not going to save the fact that you did that. So I don't know when you say when you say did you somehow disable? The only way you could disable it, you'd have to literally go in here and then click on TI wave. It's just a toggle on and off, or you added it and then you didn't save your work. So I mean, obviously I don't know what you might have done. So on the flip side here, guys, this utility company is, the flip side of all those other stocks that we saw moving down. Here's SO. Just give me a moment. For those of you out there wondering what we're talking about with the TI Wave, if you want to add this to your charts, you can do so as part of your standard service. Just let me know if you want to know how to add this little wave. It's a great visual presentation. Helps me anyway, keeping trades a lot longer than I ever used to. Sound quality not clear. Well, okay, I have to make sure. Is that widespread or is it just you, Elias? You know, if I get everybody saying that, then okay. Okay, I have a feeling you might have to do a refresh then, okay? So I can't help you on your end, but you might have to do a refresh. And if Pepe says the sound is great, then the sound is great. So just do a refresh, okay, Elias? Okay, this EVMN is on our, well, man, obviously it's got a ton of room on the weekly chart. Sort of room does it have on the daily chart? A little bit of room on the daily chart, 1341. Not a great spread though, 1290, 1304. Well, yeah, because when I finally leave, Pepe is going to be taking over for me. So just so you guys know, okay? When I finally leave doing this, not sure when that's going to be, but there'll be a day. Sorry, Pepe, I didn't mean to have it spill all over your keyboard. No, I'm not being serious. Okay, guys, let's see what else is happening. I want to check out. The guys were talking about SkyQ earlier. Yeah, it didn't really. I mean, still choppy. I don't see any advantage to trade this. They're very, very choppy. I know. I think Todd or Polo or one of you guys always looks at bounce plays. Boy, this TVRD though, I mean, this has been a nice one. 3.9 million in the float. And had news. We saw this in the pre-market. As their oral inflammation drug shows early stage trial promise. Where could it keep going, guys? I mean, if you're in this one, the next high looking left is 308 on a weekly chart. If it takes that out, 347. Boy, another one. Bitcoin. I didn't even look at Bitcoin today. Well, Bitcoin's a little soft, but not horribly soft. But ABTC, American Bitcoin. Look at these moves. These are awesome moves. If you can see them up in, some of you, if you have, I put one in yesterday regarding the VWAP. Stocks that are near the VWAP, either a little bit above or a little bit below. Could probably pick off some of these that just could not get back over the VWAP, and then from 792 right down to 7 so far. It's interesting, this AMDD. I mean, that means that AMD, the stock, oh, I'm sorry. The stock is down 9%. I'm sorry. This is hasn't really moved though. Take a look at AMD. I mean, since the initial move down, AMDD is a way to play it. If you thought the stock AMD was going to continue to move down, you could buy this one. Plenty of volume, way cheaper than AMD. But there's a high right there at 302. Okay, well, there is some news in this skin. Okay, skin health system shares rise after the FDA approves micro needling device. Okay, so that's your news for skin, guys. SKIN. I like it. It was an AI alert at a re-entry price at 99 cents. Well, you typically you don't want to duplicate the entire layout, though. What you're trying to do is take out something within the layout. Okay, I mean that's the whole idea. You want to extract something that's in a channel, so you don't have to stay in the channel the entire time. Makes sense. So, I mean, if I click on New from the toolbar, the idea is that if I looked at the most, I mean, I'll just use this as an example, or explosive winners. Okay, I'll look at the explosive winners channel. If I thought, okay, I want relative strength leaders from the open. Let's say I wanted this one. It's not that I don't want, like, why would I want to duplicate this anyway? I can just go to the channel. Okay. But well, when you go to a channel, this is, I mean, the channel's already there for you. I don't understand. You don't have to save it. I mean, it's there for you all the time. It's in the channel bar. So you don't have to save it to the cloud. You just, you can go, I mean, it's there for you all the time. The idea that I was talking about is, you go to a channel, so you don't want to stay in the channel though, taking up all sorts of space when maybe all you want is one thing from the channel. So if I right click, say the relative strength leaders from the open percent, if I thought, okay, that's what I want. So you right click and then duplicate into free floating window. And then here it is. And now you can take this, then you can close down the channel, and here it is. So now you can say to yourself, well, I really want this. I want to incorporate this in part of my layout. So once you have it on your screen, then you can save your layout. Okay. If you do want this as part of your layout. So does that make sense? And the reason for doing all this, but but if you but the layout's there for you all the time. Okay, new. I mean, like, why do you want to save the layout? All these are there for you all the time. It's all, they're in the channel bar. They're for everybody. They're there all the time for you. All right, guys. Nothing happening on the SPY yet. There may be a glimmer here of a green bar, but I mean, still the trend is still down. So when you say I can change it without affecting the dock channel, what do you mean by that? You mean an individual scan within it? Okay. So here's the problem. Again, I'll click on new dock channel bar. So I went to the explosive winners. Okay. Actually, let me go to the most. So the most unusual range today, okay, and if I right click in it and I click on configure and I click on the summary. So this is what it's looking for. Now, if I make a change right here, okay, I want a bit bigger volume, okay? It says 20,000 shares. I'll make it 100K, okay? Maybe I even add a filter. But if I make any change in here, okay, and I say okay, so the change is now mid-made. So here's the problem though. When you leave the channel, the change is not saved. The reason being is that everything you see here is for everybody. So the fact that you may want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants. So that's why the idea then is if you saw something in a channel that you really liked, you just take it out, pop it out, right click, duplicate into free floating window. Once it's free floating, then you can take it and make all their changes. It's not going to affect the channel once you're outside the channel. No, if that's what you mean. Okay. That's the whole idea though of popping it out. Once you're outside the channel, you can do anything you want with it. Well, guys, I mean, yeah, if you went into each channel, I mean, if you click on the dock channel bar and then, again, I'll go to the most. I mean, I suppose you could do this because if you right click, if you made all sorts of changes, each one of these, and then you right clicked and then save or share to cloud, okay? And you give it a name and you call it the most by me or something like that. If that's what you want to do, I guess, yeah, you can. I've never even thought about trying to do that, but you could do that. Yes. Okay. I mean, you have to really love a channel then. Okay. You have to really love a channel because right off the bat, there's too much information coming at you, in my opinion, in a channel like this. But so you will have to really love a channel to go into each one of these, make the changes, and then save it. I think the purpose of the channels really was, we created all these different looks within a channel, and you take something that you might like out of it, and then make the adjustments. But yeah, I mean, as Pepe said, I mean, you can change everything in here if you want, and then yeah, up in the right in the title. So in the white area, right click and save or share to cloud. Give it a name, and sure, I guess you can do that. Then once it's in your cloud, then you can bring it back anytime, load from cloud, and you would see it. I don't know how many times you've done that, but you will see it almost immediately. Okay, finally one here that I might like. Well, it's a little extended though. This is from the reversal scan, KLRA. I wish I'd seen it a little bit earlier. 2079, I don't like the spread. Don't like the spread. 2076, 2107, I don't like the spread. Or I suppose if they get rid of a channel, just get rid of a channel because it's not being used that much. They can, oh man, I missed this one. I mean, look at the alert here, 2080, and now it's at 2030. But I mean, the spread wasn't great. This was a potential short on the daily reversal. Is it ever? Yeah. I mean, great use of the reentry. So Ahmed, I don't know if you're still around, but hopefully you understand what I was talking about. If you're thinking that you just take every single alert that you get and just trade them without any thought, and I'm not trying to be mean, I'm talking to everybody. This is not how you can use the AI. Okay. I mean, I have modest hopes for the skin. Same idea? Now, do they all work? Of course not. Here's a reentry at 678. I mean, it may work later though. It may work later, you don't know. But look what happens if you do not if you have profitable trades checked, you'll never see the reentry, okay? The reason, I mean, you can see the column, but the reason you won't see it when it happens because the reentry price is always below the original alert price, okay? And so when our AI looked at that, it's looking, well, that's not profitable. But that's why you have to uncheck the profitable trades. Uncheck it. See them all. So for instance, that when you hopefully this is making sense. There was the alert price. I hate calling it the entry price, but the alert price at 231. When you get that reentry at 228, you wouldn't have seen it because if you had the profitable check, because 228 is less than 231. I have pled with the company because this is the default. I think it's still the default anyway to have profitable trades track. It just shouldn't be. Okay. SECZ. You've been talking about that one for a while. Securitized. Well, let's see. Oh, this is an IPO from yesterday or a symbol name change. I don't see that it was an IPO. Oh, I see. Our blockchain capital acquires. Okay, so this was I guess a blank check company, and this is turned into this. Well, losing patience a little bit with the SK with the skin. It's basically where I bought it. I was hoping it would. So I don't want to see. I certainly don't want to see it get down underneath $1. This is for Rivian guys. John, so if you think Rivian is going to keep going down, you can short this one. You get double the move. A lot of volume though. Hey guys, I took myself out of the skin. Okay, I may take a look at it later if it gets back to maybe this level here. I just don't like the way it's trading. Maybe 112. It gets back up to 112 later on in the day. I like the way it's trading though. Yeah, I see that Meta finally succumbed too. ME, I'm looking at METU, but still modestly up. So the stock Meta is still up a little bit, about 0.8%, but it finally succumbed to what the rest of the market was doing, especially the Qs, SMH. How much is SMH down now? Wow, these are big moves for these sectors, ETFs. Short of this one, guys, Boston Scientific. I have this one thumbnailed just underneath this whole number, breaking down through the VWAP. You know, it's positive still. I mean, XLV, I think, was a one positive sector. Take a look at XLV, the ETF for the bios. Yeah, I mean, it's still a positive sector. So I guess that's helping, BSX is probably, I don't know if it's part of XLV specifically, but IVB, the other. Yeah, so I mean, these are two positive sectors on a day where the market is, starting to really, a 5 point move in the SPY used to be, oh my gosh, but I mean, it's not as big a deal as it used to be, but still. Even this one, now I didn't like this one because of the spread. I think, yeah, the spread is not terrible, but I mean, these are two pretty good ones. Well, obviously, this one is awesome from the AI. This one is pretty good also. 1286 did not hit a reentry, never hit the stop price of 1247. I mean, it's just phase one results, but doesn't matter. All right, let's see. TVRD. I should thumbnail that one for later on in case it does. Yeah, as you say, may have a pullback to an interesting level. Where would that level be if it pulled back to an interesting level? Let's take a look at TVRD. I mean, it's still, I think, at the high, almost at the high of the day. It would, I mean, pull back to the VWAP would be a pretty well, not that bad. 296. Pull back to $3 and see if, I mean, I don't wish that on anybody if you're in this one right now, but if you're looking for a pullback area, could be the $3. That is where the VWAP is. That's an idea. I mean, if but some might have a moving average on their charts that they like to see a pullback to. Just an idea. Even some might even look at this wave and the top of the wave right there, 324. There's no right or wrong. Well, it's a nice visual presentation. I mean, look, the really low floaters, not as I mean, because sometimes, even though the wave is up, you get some chop, you get the bars penetrating into the wave. Um, which, this I find this works a lot better on the larger cap stocks, just because I mean, here if you got into this one at $2, you'd be having to take some profit here. But right now, I mean, it doesn't look like a pullback is imminent. Come on, yes, finally, BSX. See a little better. You see on the MGTX, you see how nothing really penetrated the wave that much. So there'd be, you may have taken some off here as these bars are starting to sort of flatten out, consolidating a bit, but there'd be no reason to get out of the entire position, even if you decided to take some off here. I'm just looking at this one as an example. So if you're in this one at 34, you'd be taking, or sorry, 34, 14, you'd probably take some off right around here, around the 1460. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. Give me one more pop down. All right. Well, BSX gave me something at least. Okay. I mentioned this one. I like this one on that break underneath, right underneath the VWAP. Why did I see it? Only because I had it thumbnailed on my other monitor. Okay. When I say thumbnail, I had a little chart in case you don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. I've been following that for a few days, and I have noticed that was starting to turn down. Starting to turn into a beauty now. I was wondering about that 45.63 if that would hold it. I think what I'm going to do though, right at the 50-cent level, I'm going to take some off. Okay, and now where could it go? Well, you just take a chart, just like when I say thumbnailing, I mean it's just I'll duplicate this chart. I just take the chart and I just size it. I just make it a small chart. That's all. I mean that's what I call a thumbnail. Okay, so it's not taking up too much space. Okay, so I have a few of those on my other monitor. You just size it the way you want, and then you can put a few of them on your other monitor. If you have our Now you can use your broker's charts if you want, but if you want to use our charts, remember you can only if you have our standard service, you have access to 10 charts, and if you have our premium service, you can make 20 charts. So yeah, so if I'm in a trade, if I don't just because I don't see it here doesn't mean I don't see it. I mean, obviously, any trade I'm in, I have it on my chart on my other monitor. Now, no rocket ship like TVRD, but it does pay some bills. Okay. Now, the next high looking left on a weekly chart is around $4. You would think that could be the stall. And interesting. Now, by the way, I don't even know if I could have bought this one. Monica or anybody with IB, Interactive Brokers, were you able to purchase this with Interactive Brokers? Anybody try? I do notice there are some shares available to short, 95,000 at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, 11:14. So in about 45 minutes, I will be taking a break. Somebody's going to take over from in our YouTube room. Don't know who. It's not either going to be Andy or Steve. I'm going to find out who. I don't think it'll be Chris. Well, no, Chris is not. He wants to watch Argentina play, so he's definitely not going to do it. Okay, guys. Now examining BSX just a little bit more closely. It's getting parabolic. You see, this is what I mean, look, I'm glad it's going parabolic, the fact I'm in it up here. But the minute it starts getting parabolic, I start to think people are going to start to cover. And parabolic meaning, if you look at the wave, you can see that the top of those candles or the bars are not touching the bottom of the wave. So it's getting really parabolic on the way down. Now, just because I think it's getting parabolic doesn't mean it's gonna have the big pop up, but now skin is starting to come back a little bit, but it'll have to get into the mid-teens for me to get interested again. SKIN. Well, okay, skin got to 112. Now, do I want it for the second time? I mean, it's got room to 133 on a monthly chart. Might be asking a little much though, but look what it did. I mean, it did come right into the VWAP, and then the VWAP held it, acted as support. I think I'm just going to stick with the BSX guys. I mean, I know, I see it popped up to 115 or so. I think, yeah, 117, but I don't have a good feel for it. I don't mean I think it's bad. I just don't have a feel for taking the trade. All right, guys. Well, let's see if there's anything else. I mean, now, the large cap stocks. I know I didn't go over my these races at all. I can do it if somebody wants me to, but with the market down now, these are very interesting because these are bucking the market trend. These are stocks, these are large cap stocks near the high of the day. Probably a lot of them are healthcare stocks. This is not one. Why? Because we know that XLV is one of the only positive sectors. So, the healthcare ETF. Boy, BSX is continuing to make its way down. I mean, you would think maybe 45 will hold it. And again, the only reason I took it broke underneath the VWAP and the market was doing this. I mean, it's still mildly positive for the day. Is it really? Okay, I didn't even see that. So let's take a look at skin. You're right. You're right. It's right up there. So there's a 200-day moving average. You're absolutely right. Right around 119, 119. And what did it get to? Got up to 117. So that might block it also. Wow, here's a pretty good short too. I missed this one completely. Could I have shorted this one? Yes, CNXU. Um, yeah, our AI has actually had some nice moves today, guys. There's a short at 1083. So that, as we speak, that's about an 8.5% move. Now, I don't know what the spread was like at the time. I mean, it's not terrible. It's a dime right now. And before it popped up, down to actually 958 from a 1083 alert. Well, let's see on the scan if this. I'm not in it, but let's see if that 200-day moving average actually does provide the big block. So, guys, we may not have anybody taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 35 minutes. So the TVRD actually had an interesting pullback. TVRD, there you are, won 8 races. Didn't quite get to the VWAP though. Okay, yeah, the last FIFA game in Vancouver is today at 1 o'clock Pacific. So Switzerland and Colombia. I did. I did do. I definitely did. And Stephanie, who looks after uploading it, now she uploads it to maybe I have two uploads going, one to YouTube and one somewhere else. Well, I think they're both to YouTube, but I definitely did one. Okay, guys, that's it for me and BSX. Okay, I think it's finally ran its course. I got all the way down to 45.20. So I'm done with the BSX on the short. Hmm. Well, I'll ask them. Wow. Didn't see this one at all. What's the volume like? Yeah, pretty good volume, 13 times normal up to this time of day. SOLS. So this is a buyout, you said, to pay $385 million. Oh, termination fee. Wow. So the termination fee if it doesn't go through. Blockbuster AI deal shows why Honeywell had to break up. After being okay, well, yeah, they got spun off from Honeywell back in October. Okay. Hmm. Hey guys, yeah, nobody's going to be available today to take over for me in our YouTube room, guys. So YouTube will go. Well, both rooms will go dead air. Okay, for the hour. Okay, let's take a look at. Well, I think this one that had the bad spread. Yeah, it had the bad spread. KLRA. I was sort of interested in looking at it to see what it would do at the VWAP. It is coming right into the VWAP. Will that act as resistance moving higher? But I remember looking at this one earlier. Terrible spread, 24-cent spread, $21 stock. So not as interested in it, even if there are shares available to short. But so that's the idea, though. If it gets into the VWAP and the VWAP acts as resistance on the way up. Now, if the market ever, has a bit of a bounce in it, I mean, we may get some decent bounces out of these. Remember now, everything in blue was the theory being a potential bounce. Anything in orange is a potential topper. I mean, I'd be more inclined to look at the toppers right now as a potential shorts. But again, rare's a bio. So, that is the strongest sector of the day. All right. Well, we have a last minute replacement. Okay. So I guess there will be somebody taking over for me in our YouTube room. It'll be Andy Lindloff will take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay. He says he's willing to do it. So that'll be in about half an hour from now, between 12 and 1 when I take my break. Yes, it is. Now it's approaching, it's starting to approach the VWAP. Yeah, TRVD is starting to approach the VWAP, I do believe. Yeah, there it is. Now, will it hold it? Will the VWAP hold it? Will it act as support? VWAP's at 323. Will it hold it? All right, guys, very interesting level. I mean, the VWAP has, of course, moving up because of the volume up here. So VWAP, of course, is a moving target all day, but it is looks like it's trying to hold. Let's see how many times it comes into it. I mean, it's tricky because you might say, okay, it's holding, and but I'd like to see a little more, maybe even up to 340 or something, to make sure it's really going to hold it. And even if it got to 340, doesn't mean it's 100% going to hold it. But then you could you buy it up in that area, and then you put your stop just underneath the VWAP and hope it works. 1,300 normal volume right now up to this time of day. That's what that relative volume is. 1,313 times normal up to this time of day. It's time of day right now, a little after 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. I mean, the magnet is kind of the high of the day. I'm not saying it's going to get there if we take it, but I mean that is the high of the day up here, 387, or so it could be the resistance area. Certainly far enough away from 330, but it's a challenge. I mean, with the float and everything, it's a real challenge. Just have to make sure if you take it, you have a stop, and don't pray that okay, when it's going to come back. You just don't do that, please. I mean, it's a real battle. It's a real battle right here, guys. Will that VWAP really hold it? Yeah, Rivian kept moving as another leg down, I think. Rivian, RIVN, another leg down, I believe. Yes. Did a financing after the nice run it had last week and even yesterday. They did a financing today, which has basically wiped out a lot of the gains. Mm, still a struggle for TVRD to really clear that VWAP. Now, how about relay, guys? Why would I look at relay? Well, just over that, it's a pretty significant, excuse me, significant whole number of 20. And again, it's so all the, I mean, these are the sector, this is the sector to be in. I mean, all these like bios, it's the strongest sector today, XLV. I mean, that's why you go to the sector status to check it to see what it now is. It starting to fade? Yes, but it is still, with the market being down, most sectors being down, this is at least a positive sector. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back again. So yeah, that's it. TVRD. So glad. Remember, I put a price alert around 340 and it didn't hit it. So TVRD now is officially under the I even have shares to short. Not that I don't think I'm. Well, first of all, I'm going to be taking a break, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, but that's why you wait. I mean, it's tricky. When you try to play play the VWAP. You just can't say, well, it looks like it's holding it, but I wanted to see it clear it in a bigger way than it was. No, it might bounce off three. I mean, three could be a bit of a support area. Could be whole number. Other one, guys, Dutch Brothers, not quite straight down, but I mean, breaking down through the VWAP. So I shared this one yesterday. So for those of you looking for stocks near the VWAP, okay, this is a top list window that's showing you stocks that are near the VWAP, either over or under it, just by a little bit. In case anybody wants to take a look at this, okay. So if I look at FIS right now, FIS, you can see what it's doing. It's right at the VWAP, okay. Wolf. So if it's green, it means it's positive for the day. If it's orange, it means it's negative for the day. But you can see, it's right at the VWAP. So if you're interested in something like this, just let me know. And you see how the list expands as stocks. It is not on my page, no, but I can give it to you. Then you can take it and then you can adjust the price. Well, okay, the current volume is at least two, but here's what you can adjust, of course. Now, I am very, very, very surprised that I don't have a price range. Oh, here it is. The price is between $1 and $50, minimum 300,000 shares. But this is what is keeping it near the VWAP. Okay, the distance from the VWAP. So in the min box, I've got minus zero point 0.5, and in the max box, I've got 0.5. These are percentages. So you can always adjust that if you want. But that is, that's what it's looking for. This EPS right here is just a hack in order to only see stocks. So if you wanted to see ETFs, though, also you could get rid of this because ETFs, of course, don't have earnings. So that's just a hack, sort of to trick it into only seeing stocks. You don't have to keep that. What else is here? I've got this. It's got to be up at least 2% from the open and down at least 2% from the open, just so that it's somewhat active. Again, all adjustable, all adjustable. But this is the big one. I mean, right here. This is what's keeping it near the VWAP, either a little bit above or a little bit below. So long-winded, yes, here you can have it. Okay. Put that in our YouTube room too. So this is the VWAP. This is the stocks that are near the VWAP, a little bit above or a little bit below. Okay. Okay, just give me a moment. Yeah, I mean, well, it's pretty boring in the afternoon. After the first hour and a half or so, yeah, things just really settle down. In reference to Williams, it looks like the dog days of summer are upon us. But I will say this with trade ideas, we can always seem to find something. I just don't want to force the issue. Just I don't want to trade out of boredom. All right, Trivy. I think this is another. Come on. Yeah. So I mean, here's the theme, guys. I mean, most of these stocks are bios. That's why it's a good idea to check the sector status channel to see, well, what's the best sector today? You know, I mean, why would you try to buy a semi, SMH? I'm not saying it won't bounce, you won't get any bounce. It looks like it's trying to bounce a little bit right now, but at the beginning here, why would you try to buy a semi? All right, guys. So 11:51. So I have learned again that Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room at about noon. Bio guys. Now this could be interesting. It's just getting over the VWAP. What's the next high looking left on the weekly chart? 2721. Well, if it takes out 2721, and what did it get to today? 2713. Put a price alert in that area. The reason being is that when you look left, then it has room to 2843. I'm not saying it would get there, but at least it would have enough room on a weekly chart to perhaps move. And that's the same on the daily. So, yeah, you might want to keep an eye on the ARQT, put a price alert somewhere. And there's the theme. It's a bio. Boy, look at Kava. Straight down, only, a couple of bars piercing that wave, but not by much, just basically straight down. NCT, okay. William's talking about NCT. Yeah. So this got halted on the way down. Okay. Rivian making another new low, guys. RIVN making another new low, sitting on that 17 level. If it takes out 17, the next low is 1635 on a daily chart. So there is still room for this to run. That low right there is 1707. So it's right at that low of 3 days ago. That is Rivian, RIVN. Okay, guys, 11:55. So I'm going to get my announcement up here and just wait for Andy to take over for me. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. All right. Just waiting for Andy to show up. Boy, we're really not in earnings season, are we? This is the only earnings play I see. Pretty ugly. There may be other ones, but maybe outside the price range. Pretty ugly. Okay, NCT just resumed, and I don't know if I could have bought that or shorted it, but you were looking to buy it. Well, BSX is continuing down. I'm not in it anymore, but it is starting to continue down. And NCT got halted on the way up, I guess. Yeah, halted on the way up. I talked a little bit about the ARQT. It is still hanging around the VWAP. Okay. Very choppy, though. I shouldn't look at this. This is a horrible looking 15-minute chart. So sorry about that. It's awful looking. All right. Well, there's a little bit of a bounce for the CAVA, CAVA. All right, I heard a little pop, so I think Andy is in our YouTube room right now. So guys, I'll take my break. I'll see you guys in the main room in about 1 hour from now. And now I can welcome the big Norwegian. Steve.
Hey, I'll be rooting for the Norwegians.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
they're second on my list. I'll go for England just because part of the Commonwealth and all that. And I feel sorry for England. They invented tennis, golf, cricket, rugby, and of course soccer or football. And they just really haven't excelled after the rest of the world took all those sports. Think about it. They haven't won
Yeah.
the World Cup since 1966,
Oh,
and
has it
they
been that
are like,
long?
oh yeah,
And
1960. They beat
they've
West
had some
Germany.
pretty good teams, yeah, during that
They've had
time.
good
Yeah.
teams, but
Mhm.
just not been able to punch it through. So I'm going to go
Wow.
for jolly old.
There we
This,
go. There we go.
but definitely Norway's second on my list with that mad Viking.
Yeah, yeah, man. He's fun to watch.
What a
That's for
force!
sure. Oh yeah.
And they showed the replay of his first goal, and it's amazing. I'm sure you've seen it. He's just sort of standing around. He's just
Oh
sort of
yeah.
walking, walk,
Lulling them to sleep,
walk,
man.
loafing, and then all of a sudden, boom!
Yeah.
He
Oh
just
yeah.
dives into the ball. So
Yeah.
anyway,
That was a good one.
that was a good one. Okay, my friend. Well,
All
I'll
right.
let you go, and we'll see you in about an hour.
All right, Barry. Enjoy your hour. Hello, traders. How's everybody doing out there today? Uh, the market's trying to fight back. It's been ugly day so far, that's for sure. Let's we'll take a look while we wait for any questions. By the way, if you do have any questions in there, pop them into the chat, the YouTube chat there. Hey, Wolfhound, how are you? Yeah, just drop them in there, and we'll see if we can get to them and answer them for you. But until then, we can definitely talk markets and we can talk stocks. Let's just dive in, take a look around at uh, what's happening out there today. The Q's trying to break the 50. I think this is definitely something to watch, trying to bounce back up into the 50. See what happens when it gets there. Let's see, looks like the 50 is around 711.67. So let's see if we can get back above that 50. But man, what a sloppy market. I mean, technically, we broke down the downside of that wedge. I don't have one drawn right now, but let's see if I can draw one real quick. I do include the wicks on wedges. So if I can get it to stick, there we go. So we'll see what happens. See if it if that breakdown holds, or we can rally back here. Yes, yes. Semis are really ugly today. Just taking a look at Intel, uh, AMD. AMD is actually holding up better than Intel, that's for sure. Intel's kind of in no man's land. It has had a huge move. I think you kind of got to watch, maybe set your alert, around that $100 level, see if it gets back down to it. Not a whole lot keeping it from getting there at some point. Uh, I actually was able to curtail the damage today because I had quite a few China stocks and I was able to scalp them out. That would have been K Web. I just took my profits on the move this morning. K Web, JD. And then, yeah, just taking my profits on those. I'm so tired of seeing this and giving it all back. And then KC was a nice one that I'd been sitting in for a while. And once again, I ran right up into the 20. I took most of my profits, held a little bit. Baba's the one that I really kind of sitting in. It's trying to hold on to this 10 period moving average. Thought we'd maybe see a pop today. We could still see a pop. But didn't hesitate to sell a lot today. Very little left. Uh, GDS is just one I entered yesterday. It looked like it was like a lot of those China stocks trying to dig in and maybe bounce. Thought Neo would have a chance today, but sold a little bit this morning. But I'm not in a big position there at all. And then Tesla is one that I think I bought on this drive down or somewhere right in here. Scalped out some of it yesterday, still in a little bit. Holding up, trying to hold that 50. But yeah, the market's kind of, especially the Qs are going to kind of go the way of the semis. Now I know you have some software companies that are doing well. Some road. There's your rotation, Trader 77, uh, selling semis, maybe buying some software. Got my eye on Oracle for. As a matter of fact, I think it had it on my watch list. Yeah, I do. But it looks like it wants to maybe test this triple bottom. I'm afraid to buy it too soon because it does have a double bottom, which if it gets down there would be a triple bottom. A lot of people say there's no such thing as a triple bottom. In other words, they go right through. But if software remains strong, it's one to watch for a bounce at some point. Maybe stick you an alert in there, gets back above that area. Hey, Net Trade, how are you? Yeah, I saw SpaceX earlier. Let me take a look. I was watching it. Yeah, it's looking ominous there. Now I'm not sure. I could have sworn this thing traded down to like 140 on the opening day. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm almost certain. I thought that thing traded down to 140, but I guess it didn't. No, I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing actually go below, the IPO price at some point. A lot of these, it seems like they do a lot of. I mean, if you look back at the history of IPOs, some of the big ones, that are performing very well right now, and they're opening. Sometimes they take about a year to really, develop a nice base and then build up out of it, and then sometimes after that, there's no looking back. So definitely one I'll watch. I'd love to be in it, but I think you can get a much better price. Personally, I may miss it, but I just don't want to buy it here in no man's land close to lows when I think actually, maybe you start nibbling if it gets down to the around the IPO price. But taking a look around, oil is performing well. You got REITs doing pretty good, and XLF has been performing well. I thought Citigroup would play some catch up today. I actually tried it, got stopped out a half, and probably going to have to let the other half go. But the XLF has had a nice move over the last week. BAC, which was called top pick of the Trader Eye right over here, has had a really nice move. I think I called it on this day right here and had a gap and go, and really hasn't looked back. Thinking maybe Citigroup could join the party, but so far, no good. BABA and after in 24-hour markets last night traded up to like 102.40 or something like that, and it started taking off this morning. I thought, well, maybe it can get back up there. This ABTC, Bitcoin is holding on. This one this one did a reverse split 15 to 1, and it's so overdone trying to play a bounce in this thing. Uh, I did yesterday and scalped some out, but got a little bit of underwater today. Hopefully, you can get on this 10 period moving average and build from that. I think it's a good chance it will if Bitcoin can remain strong and green on the day. But not really interested in doing a lot of beaten up bottom fishing. Just not feeling it today, especially since we're below the 50. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's getting hit. This is the stocks I want to watch. Let's take a look at it. These are just, let's see, HP is positive on the day. Now I kind of PLTR. Have you noticed that one trading much better there? Trader 77. I know you like to play that in the past, but I think some of these may have more to go. SanDisk is below its 50 now. I mean, I could definitely see. I was in this one yesterday, and I bought it on the lows of this day right here, pretty close to the close, and I'm sitting there in pre-market, and all of a sudden this thing runs up to like 27. And anyway, I got some half of it off yesterday, and I'm thinking, wow, that's nice, and then the rest of it, man, just came all the way back. I ended up selling it, but so yeah, this would be an area I may be interested in, maybe giving that another shot. But that sector has not been happy lately. Ah, okay. So you've pulled away. I thought this Symbotic. It was a call back on the trader eye right over here. I think still like this one, possibly. Putting in a bottom. You can see I scalped out of a lot of this. It's what I do when I'm playing these things. I'll scalp out of some and jump back in. But what I'm watching, if it can get back above those moving averages, above 42. Snowman, I'm not sure. We have our marketing meeting today. We'll probably find out more about that. Uh, but I don't have an ETA on that. I'm sorry. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Yeah, I wish I had more info, but I'm not in on that dev stuff. I'm not sure how far along they are on it, but I know it's coming. Okay, the Qs are getting a pretty decent bounce here. Path has been acting better lately. Obviously, just look at the Qs and look how this is definitely showing some relative strength. It's one that's been just mired in the freaking mud over the last 4 months, but can never get back above that 13 level. Call it 1328. Oh, are you talking about the Holly, the new? Okay, I've assumed he was thinking about the money machine type stuff. The where we're going to have some auto trading. Snowman, are you talking about the Holly assistant that we have? If that's what you're referring to, Pepe is right. That is the new AI. For some reason, I thought you were referring to, something more along trading, auto trading, and things like that. Kind of the money machine, Holly AI type stuff. But this is cool stuff. I'm not sure what you're referring to there, but And I think you have access to that, right, Peppy, on the beta? I'll leave this up. Yeah, good. So Snowman, if that's what you're referring to, yes, you do have access to that. That came out either Thursday, I think Friday. So you do have access to that. I bought this BBY yesterday, but I scalped out of some, and then when it broke down through the 10 period moving average, I just got out. Hi, Justin. Andy, I'm trying to make a scan that is looking for stocks that are just below the 20-day SMA. Uh, there have been times when you set a trigger just below that and you wanted to reclaim. I'll say, so do you are you- I don't know, are you trying to find stocks that are hitting like lows on the day and breaking right through the 20 and then looking for them to reclaim, or uh and you're referring to the yeah, okay, the 20-day SMA. Yeah, I do. Let's just pull something up and let's see. I'm trying to ascertain what you are referring to there. Say, so pull back on the 20 SMA daily. Here's one, and we'll take a look at the configuration here. Okay, stock's hitting a new low, and that's how you kind of bracket it. You bracket this thing to show you stocks when they're hitting a new low and they're getting close, real close to or crossing the 20-day moving average. And it's pretty straightforward and simple. We can take a look, and then some of these stocks that came through today, probably a lot of them. Yeah, that's what I figured. So you can always put in some more. Let's take a look at like Netflix here, and we'll go ahead and expand this. Okay, so you can see Netflix came down this morning, went off right at its 20-period moving average. Let's take a look at GLD, and it broke through its 200-day moving average. Now, what I would like to do is not see the ones that are just kind of waffling around their 20. I'd rather see a deeper pullback. So there's ways you can fix that, and try to show you a good example. A Lab's probably a good example. Yeah, no, looking for something better. Because of the market we've kind of been in, a lot of these things are probably close to, but there's a good example. I mean, it's a nasty stock, obviously, but something that's pulled back hard for 2 days and then hitting its 220-period moving average. So what you can do is configure this where if you just want to avoid stocks that are just been waffling around their 20-period moving average for like 5 days, you don't want to see those. You want something that's actually pulling back pretty hard and hitting it. maybe it'll stabilize like it's doing right here, and then you're getting a little pop, back above that 20 period moving average. That's the kind of stuff I look for. Now it's easy to do. All you got to do is come in here and configure, and we're going to put change in 5 days percentage. We're going to add a filter, and we want it to be down, let's say at least 5%. We can always adjust this. So we're going to say, oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. So this, now we know the stock has been selling off for at least, down 5% in the last 5 days. So let's go take a look at history. Now we got far less. Uh, FRMI, yeah, that hit it early this morning. Yeah, there's a pretty good one. It's it's thin, but it was trading, close to like a breakout high on the monthly and pulled back hard and hitting its 20 period moving average. That's the kind of stuff I look for to see after a huge pullback. Is that 20 going to hold? And that's not too bad. You know, Basically $2 pullback on a $20 stock. I mean, sometimes just some of the basic stuff. I also have let's take a look at this. Probably a lot of stuff coming through. Uh, 200 day. This is my 20 and 50. Probably a lot coming through here as well. These are stocks that are, crossing their 200-day spell power and their 50. Like this is, to me, this is a beauty right here. You got a stock that was recently, hitting, about a 3-month high, pulled back, tagging its 50 right now. I'll share this with you because if you're in this kind of market and these stocks getting hit, and you're looking for things that are pulling back pretty hard. Dang, this market is having a nice little bounce. Look at that. It's a beauty. Look how it's hitting that one right there. And just that's what you want to find. Now, I would prefer to wait to see how this closes and see if it closes like this. And now what you want to see is a stock that's did this and is reversing off of that. No, most of my trader eye, that's more of a bullish. Those are more bullish setups. I will, as a matter of fact, I may, as the market pulls back like this, I may start incorporating this right here. In other words, taking a look at stocks like this because I would love that alloy. That's a kind of nice pullback there and bounce because when the market starts getting hit more, and then of course your pullbacks are going to be deeper. And what you want to look is a stock that is, pulled back to a major level, a major moving average. And you can see here as well, has a little pivot area right here. And then look for a reversal. Because what I like about these right here, there's it's a very defined stop. Okay. My stop would be breaking the low of today, that tail. You want that tail to hold. And you also want the 50 period moving average to hold. So this is an ideal setup for me, buying it through the today's high and just using that tail, that bottom low as a stop. I'll share this with you guys because I think it's a good one to have in your arsenal. At least maybe pull it up like when you're doing your homework. A lot of times if the market's kind of really holding up well and strong. I don't pull those up typically because the stocks I'm looking for are typically well above their 200. But in an environment like this, where some of the stuff is getting crushed, it's a good one to have. Crossing 50 and two. And I shouldn't say and, or 200. Still think you have to be okay. Hold on, just a minute. Let me get some. You don't get out fast enough. Yeah, that's because of the nature of this market right now, and that's a very good point, Justin. Always keep the backdrop of the market. This is why today I sold so much stuff on the run up on my China stocks. I was just pounding out, taking my profits. And a lot of times, what makes you do that is because what I've noticed, if you pull up the cues real quick, what'll happen is like over here, look at this massive run. You can hold on things for weeks. But look what's happening over here. Total different dynamic. Okay, we are just basically wedging in no man's land. Hasn't really gone anywhere in about 7 weeks. Uh, so what happens is I'll have a blotter and then I'll have some good setups. My entries are typically really good, and uh, I'll wake up in the morning and pre-market, and I'll be up a nice chunk of change. Like, wow, this is nice, And then market will open, it'll be gone. It'd be gone in a matter of minutes. I'm saying, okay, I gotta start taking some profits when I get them. Give it, take what the market's giving you. And right now, to the upside, I mean, if you get a steep pullback like right over here, yeah, you might get 3 days out of it. But since then, you're not even getting a day and a half. You better take them quick, and that's what I'm seeing right now. Uh, is so what I have to adjust, and it and the thing about it is you can actually make some decent money, even if you're trading like your 401k or your IRA, because all your money resets, once you sell, it resets the next morning. So you can actually do pretty well. So I am going to be doing a lot more of that, looking for good entries and taking profits, quicker, at least probably 75% of it. I may hold on to a little bit and, let it run. Now, if you're trading stocks with a different, like this Baba, this is different. I've been in this now for about 5 days. This is not one. This is more of a bottom play, and I'm not one that I'm looking to take profits quick. I'm looking to maybe hold up and get a generational low out of that. So, it all depends on your setup and what you're playing. Like Tesla, for example, I've been banging out some of that, on these moves because it's kind of in no man's land. It's not really going anywhere. Sway trading, I like to call it. Let's take a look at a few more of these. Actually, may have to bring up my Caterpillar. Got Caterpillar. That's a beauty. Another beauty right there. Just coming right down to its 50. So what's great about trade ideas real time alerts. You get this. You don't have to set up a screener. You get these real time alerts. APLD. That one broke its 200 day. Maybe you want to put alert in there to see if it reclaims that 200 day. Well, the cues are uh, nice little bounce there. I just don't trust them. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, getting back to your 130 SMA scan, yeah, that can be a nice one as well. It's a matter now. It depends on the market. Like in this type of market, I'll be looking for something deeper, like I was just showing you. But on a market that's holding up very well, yeah, I could definitely see using that 5-day moving average, as a scan. It just right now, I know for a fact there's probably a lot of stocks, the majority of them are going to be below that, and they'll be looking for deeper pullbacks, maybe to the 20 in some cases, but definitely the 50 and 200. Let's take a look at the big boys real quick. Well, I just use my end of day bullish setup, so that's just going to be. I don't know if you're referring to going into like the last hour. I don't really have anything for that. I just use my homework. My homework will show me stocks that are holding up well. It's where I find most of my. But like I said, in this current environment, I'm not taking as many as I normally would. I did try Best Buy, ended up basically scalping that. I did try Citigroup this morning. It was in here, but I can think I have a little bit of that left, which is probably going to be gone here pretty soon. Uh, yeah, but this is definitely my go-to scan at night. Looking for stocks that are holding up well. Etsy, yeah, Etsy doing holding up well. Yeah, oh gosh, maybe Lee, I didn't change my. I'm sorry. I'll have Steve to drop that in there if he's around. I didn't take. I do promotional stuff for the Trader Eye, and I have to switch out of promotional back to educational for me to be able to drop links in the chat here. So let me just have Steve to drop this in here. All right. If I had to guess, those cues are probably butting right up against that 50. This is why I think you got to be careful and zoom in. Got slightly above it. Let's see if it can hold or if it comes back, down through that 50. Think you just got to be real careful in this market thinking, okay, here we go again. Just buy, buy, buy. Because a little bit different feel just because the semis are just really kind of rolling over. Let's face it, that's what took the market up like it did. Nothing but semis. What scan are you referring to, Dave? Are you talking about Steve's going to drop this 20 and the 200. He just dropped it. Is there another one you want? Uh, I hope I didn't close it. Are you talking about the homework? This docked window, Dave? Okay, that was it. Good. Good. Thank you, Steve. Okay, that's all you got, ABTC. Is that Oh, the homework. Okay. All right, let me get him to drop that in there as well. I didn't it wasn't technically my time to go today, but so I didn't change over to my educational so I can do it. Okay, he's going to be dropping the homework next. And not a lot of bounce in I was noticing in my my stocks. A little bit, but Tesla didn't do much. So Path didn't really do anything. Neo bounced 2 cents. So that I'm starting to, yeah, starting to get feel a little more bearish. Okay, no problem, Justin. So this homework is uh first off, they're very similar. All these scans are very similar. Is I'm looking for stocks. I can just pull one up for you here. And you're going to see like the CCC, you're going to see them sometimes you're going to see in both of these scans. But there's going to be a lot of them that are different just because I use a little bit different parameters as far as position and ranges go. And sweetness, we'll just pull them up. Okay, you're going to see sweetness is the stock has to be above all of its moving key moving averages there, the 10, the 200, 50. Okay, and then you got position and ranges. This one has to be at least, the 5-day range. It has to be at least in the lower 75%. In other words, it can't be within 25% of that range at the top. Has to be somewhere close to the position in the previous day's range. I don't want it already just taken off. So best thing to do is take a look at the configurations when I show them, and you'll get a good idea. Let's try to remember some of these. Okay, this one is probably a little bit different. This one has a 20-day range in it as well. Okay, so I'm looking for maybe something that is pulled back, deeper on the 20-day time frame. Okay, or maybe even more bullish. I can't remember, but position and range has to be the position in today's range has to be in the upper half of that range. So basically, they're going to have a lot of the same bullish setups. You're going to see things like this where they're above its moving average. You're not going to see things that are, you know, close to like breaking out. I'm looking for something a little bit deeper. Setting up a little bit deeper. Etsy is even though it's about to go through a potential 5-day high or 4-day high, uh, it's still, got a ways to go for that reason. So they're all going to be kind of off their, let's call it like a 10-day high, 5-day high. Now, this one right here, you can find some deeper pullbacks in. This one, all it has to do is be above its 50-day moving average. You're not going to see all those other scans in there. And like this HPE, you can see this one is still below its 20 and its 10 period moving average. But it's putting in a green kind of a potential reversal, and it's above its 50-day moving average. So if you're looking for things maybe with a little bit deeper pullback, this one would be a good one. And you can always like change in 5 days. You could sort by this one right here. And look at this MEI. See a deep pullback here, bouncing off its 20. So if you can do that. Camps, I believe this was a trade of the week. Look, it came right down there, bounced off its 50. So nice setup. These going to be, I think, a little more bullish. These are going to be stocks that are, uh, they don't have to. I don't think there's a 5 day. Let's just take a look instead of me just lying over here. Yeah, you're going to see there's no the 5 day when it has to be in the close to its 5 day high in the upper 30%, but there's no max. So this one can actually be through its 5 day high. So that last one I just showed you, these are more bullish setups for an immediate move. You're going to find stocks that are already through an area in some cases, but they're going to be, I think, off their 20-day high. So just a little more bullish on the 5 day time frame. You're welcome, Justin. I just may have to cut this ABTC and just get it off my books. Thought it may have a bounce here. It needs to hold this 10, or I'm probably just going to get out. Yeah, I'll probably be going home. Yeah, pretty thin, very thin in some of the stuff. It's one thing if you're even if you're an investor, or a long-term swing trader, you can. This is where you can really beat the market. In other words, if you're able to watch, the market frequently and not all the time like I do and been doing for years, but even if you just kind of got an eye on the market and you're watching it and putting in tight stops, if you do get that 10%, 15% pullback, this is where, a good trader is going to, how it's how you outperform the market. Okay. Is you don't take those hits. You learn to adapt and you learn to scalp, take profits quick. You want your losses to be uh, at a minimum, if you do get into a bearish tape. Sometimes it can be tough because you want to be in it, when the market's kind of setting up, like coming into the day, I mean, we're just basically we could have gone either way. We're just kind of wedging coming into the day. We're above our moving averages and a tight wedge. Just could have easily, gone to the upside. Now, if we honestly, I'd prefer a deeper pullback because what happens is when you get in a mess like this, if we don't break down today and just pop right up into this range, this is where it can get really sloppy and be very difficult for swing trading either direction. So what I wouldn't mind seeing, a nice hefty pullback, but I don't know. But I do know there's been some of these stocks, these high flyers that could provide some opportunity, like this wolf, some of these ones that are pulling back that a lot of people want to be in. I know Irene, everybody loved Irene. Now Irene has pulled back. There you have it. Look at that 70, $30 basically. What's that like about a 40% pullback? uh, could provide some opportunity. But you like to catch these pullbacks, like when they, you know, kind of a bullish tape where they're catching their, 20 period moving average. And here we got close to the 50. Now you got to ask yourself, are you on the other side of the mountain? Are these things going to get hit pretty hard? Because they definitely taken on some pain lately. Maybe start putting some alerts. That's another thing I like to do is put some alerts at maybe some pivot levels, or you see this, where it might get a bounce. That JD go to. Let me just pull over a China watcher real quick. Take a look at some of these China stocks. Nice move in BZ, holding up strong. Nothing going on there. I was in VIPs, another one too, but it's another one I scalped out this morning. And this is the first time I played China stocks in a long time, just because feels like Baba is trying to put in a bottom. Oh, I am in some YUMC, but I sold half of that. I'm not sure why. I have a buy order on my thing here for this thing. Oh, I think that's been out for a while, just because I got it in my account back over here, but I never got it in my little paper trader. But I did sell half of that today as well. Yeah, let's watch this JD if it gets down. And I like this one because when it gets going, it can really get going. And it's been beaten up bad. See, Bapa's pulled to this right back to its 10 period moving average and touched it. So really love to see it was trying to get above it, and then finally today it gets above it. So I'd like to see that hold that 10 period moving average. Tesla. Tesla is holding that 50 period moving average. I do know that Trader 77 likes to trade Tesla every now and then. There you go. There's nothing wrong with 100% cash in this market. As a matter of fact, I'll probably be close to it by the end of the day. Well, of course, a lot depends on how you close, for sure. It'd probably be more like 70% cash. If I had to guess right, 'cause I'm assuming uh, Miss Baba got a good chunk of it. Tell you what, PLTR gets through this little area. The next high is really up here around 140, 142. What was Sound doing? It had a decent day yesterday. That's holding up. Oh, nice bounce there in BBAI as well. So seeing some of the AI stocks, Path doing holding up pretty well. Sound is definitely one to watch after the decent move yesterday. It gets back above that level. Oh, Bitcoin. Gosh, I was in IBIT, but I scalped it today. Maybe it'll get this ABTC going. Oh, RXT. Haven't looked at that one in a few days. Wow, sure is. Tell you one I was in for a couple of days, but I scalped today as well, and yesterday open. What? Yeah, the RXT is looking nice. I should have known better. Try a stupid bank. Yeah, Wolfhound. I definitely understand. It's always. Are you a day trader or are you a swing trader? Okay, yeah, it's been a long time for me. I'm probably not the best one. I will say this. Uh, I would definitely look for pullout. I mean, one of the things I do like is, I think Chris has made this, but this relative volume race. And not necessarily to jump in and chase momentum, but I think it definitely provides, some a lot of times you can find stocks that are just now kind of taking them, kind of like this one right here, looking for stocks maybe that's not too extended, on the daily. Of course, this one is kind of in no man's land. I could probably find a better one, but there's your RXT that Trader 77 was just talking about. I think a lot of time day traders, especially with a powerful software like Trade Ideas, the problem they have is they try to look at too much stuff because you can really build some cool stuff, with all of our real-time alerts and scans. That some people they come in and they're just all over the place instead of just focusing on a few stocks. And that's one thing I do like about the races. They just they're only going to have a few in here at a time, and you can just kind of scroll through like this one right here. You see something like this on a daily setup with the volume bar coming in. It's only up 15 cents, not killing it today. But I avoid the ones that where they have three green bars in a row and they have incredible momentum. And they can turn on a dime. But if I find something like this that's just maybe now getting started, I see a volume bar, I see it poking through its 10 period moving average. This is something that would excite me. Uh, I always try to marry up the daily with the day, the 15-minute chart, and just look for those opportunities where maybe a stock hasn't moved 20 or 30% on you already, and sometimes much you know much more than that. Or breaking out of levels. If you see them breaking out of levels, then I'll be a little more generous and see what this bull is up to. Yeah. Today's a tough day to do it though, with all the selling that we've had. Yeah, absolutely. But I think that'll help you. Just try to limit. A lot of people just love having just stuff all over, the place, and I have probably too much as well, even for my swing trading. But I know what my focus is. But if you have a hard time, focusing and you're all over the place, oh gosh, I'm gonna have to get Steve. One more. But yeah, this is a good one. And not only that, you don't have to rush into them. Maybe you come in, you put some price alerts. Say, well, I don't want to chase it up here at highs, but maybe if it pulls back to that, 10 period moving average, I would uh like that. And the market is kind of getting a little bit tired. I dropped it for Steve. I hope he's around to drop it in there. If not, I'm sure he will do it. If Barry comes back and I leave, he can drop it in there for you. Or
Andy, what one is that? Is
oh
that
let me drop
the
it to
jam
I'll give it
down?
no, this is the race, the relative volume race, I think. Let me
Oh,
let
I
me
see. Okay.
yeah, let me drop it in the trader, and that way Barry can drop it in there for you. There you go.
Okay, just give me a
Thank you,
moment.
Barry.
Okay, and
Yeah.
now you can leave. Yeah,
All
just give me
right.
a moment. Yeah, I'm going to make sure it's the right one. Relative strength from the open version 2. Must be a
Yeah.
really good one. Okay.
You betcha.
Okay. Here it is. Who's asking for it? Wolfhound. Okay, here it is,
Wolfhound. Yeah,
Wolfhound.
Wolfhound.
There you go. See, teamwork.
There you go. I appreciate that, Barry.
No
All
problem.
right.
And
Well,
Argentina's in a little bit of a difficulty here.
uh-oh.
They're
Are they
losing to
down?
Egypt 1-0 at the half. So
Ooh,
people
interesting.
underestimate all these African teams.
Oh, I'm
I think they
telling you.
think, yeah, I mean, they've come on in the
Mhm.
last 2 World Cups. So anyway, I know Chris is probably gnashing at his teeth right now, but because he's really into Argentina.
Yes, yes, he is. He is. I bet he is gnashing his teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Steve dropped it in there as well. So, all
Okay.
right, Barry. Well, you have a good. I guess I'll see you again Friday. So,
You will. Okay.
yep.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, buddy. Have a good one. See you guys Friday. Bye bye.
Okay, just want to make sure. Yeah, I think my screen is up and running in YouTube again. You guys now can hear me in the main room. Note gone, and now my music, and then we're good to go. Just give me one moment, guys. There was something I wanted to do. I think I was going to take a trade, and now I've lost the symbol. Can't remember what it was now. Ah, so CLRO is doing its thing again. Yeah, it's won 13 races. Yeah, I mean, it has come back. And look what it did. It held the VWAP. It was around the VWAP area for about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Call it 50 minutes, almost an hour around the hanging around the VWAP. And that's the CLRO. It was not Micron. God, I wish I could remember what it was. It was something I really, really was interested in taking. Look at that skin. I mean, it's just it could not get through that. Well, I guess it's a 200-day moving average or a 118. Not yet, anyway. Nope, it was not Sky Q. Definitely not Sky Q. No, it was a. It was a. I had it up on my chart, and I just can't remember where it went. Oh well, there'll be another one. Kind of looking at that scan. Well, the top list that I was shared a little earlier, guys. Just these stocks that are right around the VWAP, either a little bit above it, a little bit below. Look at it. It wasn't CLRO. I mean, look at it go now though, but it was not CLRO. Ooh, she's a whippy one. No, what are you going to do? Go all through all 10,000 symbols? I'm holding my breath on something. Yeah, man, it is boring for you, isn't it, William? Well, see, Monica said this is going to 20. So, I mean, I believe her. Let's see, CLRO. There you are. No, no, you said it's going to 20. I wrote it down. Of course, I'm just kidding. All right, guys, what time is it now? 107. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. Okay, guys. So on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. As always, right at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. We have two promo codes going. So if you are certain that you want to take out a premium annual subscription, you can use this code, Barry30. Why do I say certain? If you don't know the program, don't do an annual. Don't, yes, sorry, guys. Q, bingo, bingo, bingo. All right, taking some off, and you know what it is. The 14 mark, finally. The 14 mark, finally. All right. So at the top here, Barry 30, you can get 30% off a premium annual. The rest of them, the premium monthly, the standard monthly, or the standard annual, you can get 25% off using these codes. All I ask, use my code, whatever it is. Helps to keep the rooms free. Moderate 2 rooms, YouTube, and this room right here, the main room. Company tracks the use of the promo codes. If they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. It's really that simple. Education. If you're just taking out a subscription or you're thinking about it, click on that education section, go to the more info. Mandatory you do this, standard 12 short videos, getting started with trade ideas. If you've just taken out a subscription, but if you haven't, is what I would do before you even take out like a monthly. Take a look at these videos. They're very short. Start off with the second one, go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether it's something you might want to try. Okay, you can always try this for a month. You don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay, back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them. And as always, here are my scans, races, etc., that I'm currently sharing. Just click on the scan section. Large cap race is right here. The volatile race is right here. Halts resumes is down here. What I use in the pre-market act is up and down. And the only other one I have up and running is the, where is it? The daily trend reversals. I do have other scans I'm sharing. You can take a look at them if you like. You can ask me questions about them. But you're right, Monica. We're finally, Interactive Brokers did not prevent us from trading something. Accenture signs multi-million dollar euro contract to help advance towards a more agile and resilient digital infrastructure. Here's your news for Accenture, ACN. So actually, yeah, since I took my break right around here, well, right here, 11, we've had a nice rally actually, nice rally from the lows of the SPY through the VWAP and marching on up. So a lot of bounce plays. Of these bounce plays, my guess, anything in blue would be a potential bounce play. Yeah, you can see bounces all over the place. All right, guys. So it's 1:13. So probably I have another 45 minutes or so left. I'll always say later if there are questions, but we just haven't had a lot of questions. You know, that's why I take off at 2. I'll always stay later if you guys have questions, but I just don't feel like hanging around. There's other things I can be doing, and I do them. Take a look at this one. I'm going to make some adjustments to it. I don't want that price range so low. Make it at least 5. Well, I'm not going yet. I'm not going yet, Juan. Not necessarily. I mean, it gives me a chance to take a little bit of a break, and then I come back, and if I see something I like, I may do some trading. But it gives me a clear mind, so I don't have to think about anything else. Not that you guys are Well, obviously a bit of a distraction, but I mean, I can just have a clear mind. This rare looks like an interesting short. Well, good luck to you, Frito-Lay. Nothing I do anymore, back testing, but good luck. Nope, not that I'm aware of. Yeah, most of our customers do not back test. It's really that simple, okay? Like a very, very, very small number of our customers back test. Guys, I'm actually looking at a potential short of this rare, okay? It's right underneath what's the VWAP? The VWAP is 3575-ish, okay? So it's right underneath the VWAP, curling down a little bit. Now, it is a bio. You know what I learned from back testing is that most of the things that I thought might work don't. When I used to get into it in a big way, but we're also talking about 15 years ago. But I when I first saw the tool, I said, "Wow, this is great." Well, I think this is going to work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. It's amazing how many things that I thought could work or should work did not work. Which is another way to use the back tester. Nope, you can keep going, William. But you know what I think it was? Might have been this one. Now, does it make sense? Maybe not. It was something that I came across that was near the VWAP, but maybe not. It's too ugly looking. Couldn't have been that one. A good one. Well, I'm not in this one anymore, guys, but I wish anybody well who's it popped up to 1432. I mean, listen, if it takes out that high later on, I mean, it could keep going. I don't know why, but I'm just intrigued with this rare, this possible short. Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of drifting down, and it's underneath the VWAP. Little orange there underneath the VWAP, barely. I mean, it's not 3575. So It is just barely under the VWAP. It's just that it's not moving. I mean, it's just sort of stuck here. Maybe what I'll have to do is put a price alert around 35.51, see if it moves down a little bit from there, clearing that VWAP in a little bit bigger way. So, William, you're keeping the room open to what, 4:30 today? Okay, great. Okay, here's another one, guys. Now, how about this relay? Relay coming into the VWAP. Will it hold it? Will it act as support? Okay, relay coming into the VWAP. Will it act as support? Oh, I couldn't tell you. You're talking about in here? I think the only thing I think, yeah, because the gentleman who created this has been long gone from Trade Ideas, and nobody else is nobody has even access to what he did. But I have a feeling I'd have to look at them. I mean, obviously, it's a trend change, a little bit of a trend change. But other than that, I couldn't tell you. I mean, the relative volume has to be decent. Okay, the volume itself is going to be okay. Now it's interesting. Normally we get one every 5 minutes, but look, there's a big gap here. CRML at 12:40, and then not till 25 minutes later did we get another one. So here's a TVRD. There's a little buy flag, but I think it had to have a couple of green candles or something like that ahead of it at least. It's not just a matter of getting a buy. I think, but I really don't know. All right. Well, you know what? Tomorrow is Wednesday between 12 and 1. You just tell Dan Merkin that exact thing. Okay. No, well, only because it's in this trade wave buy, TI wave buy, but it's not. I mean, it's too, to me, the trend is still down. Yeah, I don't even look at this. I have to admit, I don't look at that TI wave buy on the 5 minute from that scan. Well, guys, relay is looking interesting. I mean, there are shorts available for me also, 1.9 million at Interactive Brokers in case it does crash through the VWAP. It is a bio. But you can see what's happened. I mean, the XLV would be the main ETF for the bios or healthcare. They've been sliding since about 10:45. Well, here's another one, guys, that's sitting right on top of the VWAP, and that is MAIR, manufacturer of indoor air quality and HVAC systems. Look at all those topping tails for CLRO now. All right, guys. Well, listen, it's almost 1:30, so maybe half an hour left. I'm just really looking at this relay to see uh, relative volume is 2, big float. Want to see if this holds this VWAP. I'd actually rather see it take it out because even if it holds, I'd have to wait for 20. I'd rather see it take it out and move down, 30 or 40 cents. Yeah, a whole series of topping tails now on the 5 minute anyway. One, two, three, four, five, six of them in a row for the CLRO, which really does not augur well for a pop through. Though you never know. I mean, it's got with that sort of a float, anything could happen. Now I know you meant TVRD, not TYRD. Where's the Y? No excuse. The Y is not next to the V on the keyboard. So what's your excuse? Okay, guys. Well, listen, yeah, as William says, we're getting into the dog days here. I mean, things are moving, but just not right now, anyway, for me, just not enough. Need a little more volatility. Well, you know what? I mean, this was a pretty good one from our AI. If you could stomach the spread, which is still like 15 cents, but it has been since that alert to short at 1083. Now, if you had taken it, you would have had a great move down here. Obviously, I would have got out of everything and then maybe re-entered here. So not easy. I'm not saying this would have been an easy short, but whoa! Anybody watching the World Cup? Looks like this is the end of Argentina. Wow, down 2-0 to Egypt. Oh, William. Boy, there are a lot. Look at these tons of topping tails now for that CLRO. Now, if it ever got back up to 1427, look out. I mean, it could have a huge move, but guys, just okay. I was just talking with the CLRO. Watch out on a break here, guys. I mean, seriously, I'm not saying to take the trade, but I mean, if this does break out of that high, I have a price alert at that high, it could have one last thrust. Me, mama guy.